stage is set for the champion of champions.
Judd Trump, not vintage, but victorious. He defeats Leicester Fan by 6 frames to 2.
The champion of champions is up and running, and in an eventful opening day, Judd Trump booked his spot in Friday's semi-final, beating Leicester Fan by 6 frames to 2. And enjoying all the action here in Leicester, Neil Foulds and Stephen Hendry. A huge day of snooker to look forward to today, Neil, but let's just quickly reflect on yesterday. Judd Trump, 4-1 in his match against Bai Yu Lu, 6-2 against the Leicester Fan. But it wasn't, as we heard from Phil Yates there, saying, not vintage Judd Trump. Doesn't tell the whole story, those 2 scorelines, because he was workmanlike, wasn't he, in his way to victory?
Yeah, and that's kind of what he's been like a little bit too much for, his own good lately. He's kind of almost said that if he's not winning something soon, that cue will go into the bin. And it wouldn't be the first to have gone in the bin at this venue, actually, over the years. 1 and 2 others have. But, it's just a question of what he does from here. He's still work in progress, but he's had the queue 2 months. He's winning and playing well enough, but he's probably, 75% of his best, I think.
Yeah, his C game was enough last night. There was a gulfing class between the 2 players. We know Leicester Fan is capable of beating the top players. He loves the challenge and he's not scared of them, but in the end, there wasn't enough quality to even beat Judd, as I say, in his C game.
It was interesting to hear him talk after the match. As he said, if he doesn't win something soon with the queue, he's going to go back to the drawing board and get another queue, which sounds quite a high-risk strategy. But he also made comment about the modern-day pockets, which I thought was really interesting. What did you make of that?
Well, I do think that the tournaments in China, the pockets are bigger, and the people say, oh, it's because of different things that are just not true. They are bigger, they're meant to be templated the same. There was 150 centuries in the tournament last week. Everyone was making centuries, which is great. You could say it's a level playing field, but is it? Is it like a golf course with wide fairways or narrow fairways? Is that the same for both? You tell me, Stephen. It's hard to sort of say that, isn't it?
Yeah, I think when you're frustrated a little bit with your own game, you sort of, and you're playing players that you think are, you're a lot better than them, and they're maybe taking on shots they wouldn't do if the pockets were tighter, balls are going in that wouldn't go in a tighter table, then everything can sort of build up and the frustration can grow.
One thing's for sure, they're the same size for all the players playing on the tables.
That is true, yeah, that's true, yeah.
Here we go. Well, today we're going to find out who Judd Trump will be playing in Friday's semi-final, an absolutely cracking group lineup today. Later this afternoon, the world champion Xintong is up against English Open winner Mark Allen. But first, it's the world number 2 Kyron Wilson against the newly crowned Northern Ireland Open winner Jack Lisowski. Let's hear from Jack now. He's speaking to Rob Walker.
Right, tell me, was the moment, the actual winning moment and the hours afterwards, was that as incredible as you dreamt it would be?
Yeah, it was, and it was more. It was just so special. I watched it back. I was in shock when I could see my face. I was in complete shock when I'd actually won, and then still talking about it now. It's crazy, but it was better than what I imagined. It had been such a long personal wait for me, and it was something I thought about every day of the year for many years now. So when it happened, yeah, I had like 2 Guinnesses that night. Everyone was trying to buy me drinks, but I wanted to just feel the feeling, and make sure it was real. And yeah, I had to pinch myself. So it was an incredible feeling the next few days, very special going home the next day. Spent some time with my mum, my sister, my auntie and uncle. So it was just, it was so special. It felt so special. Obviously everything that's happened. And I'm gonna, like I said, remember that forever. It's a great achievement for me personally and my family. So I feel like I've done them all proud.
It really was an incredible moment. And now here you are, you've got to take on a world champion, a Shanghai Masters winner, and a man you beat en route to your maiden ranking title. Big match, you and Kyron, your Champ of Champs debut. Bring it on.
Yeah, absolutely. He's obviously been, I think he was the best player basically last year, possibly the season before as well. So it's as tough as it gets. But you know, I'm kind of here on my own accord now. I've earned my place. So yeah, it's really cool to be in this tournament. And you know, I won, and we're walking down the corridor about 10 minutes after, I'm going to do interviews, and my uncle was like, "You're in the Champion Champs now?" And I was like, "Oh, yeah, damn, I am. Yeah, cool." So that was, yeah, it's just, you know, it's just like snowballed all these pluses. But like I said, I've been very busy since. I just had like 3 days at home after, 2 days at home, and then off to China, and I've just got back, had one night in my bed, and then I was here last night. So it's just been non-stop, basically.
Couldn't have happened to a nicer guy. Good luck this week.
Thank you, Rob. Cheers.
I think he's been smiling ever since that final, and I think just the outpouring of kind of respect for him, and everybody was so thrilled to see him get that win, finally get over the line. He'd been in so many finals, Stephen. Before we sort of think about how he did get over the line and what that might mean for him going forward, why did it take him so long? You know, given the talent that he has got, why did it take him so long to earn that first ranking title?
Well, obviously there were certain qualities in his game that was missing. We probably should give credit to Chris Henry, his coach, because he'd been with Chris, as you see him there in the practice room, literally a month or two at the most, and all of a sudden he's won his first tournament. So obviously credit must go to Chris as well. But yeah, I think it's just he's lax. He's not got the sort of, you know, the match game that a lot of the top players have got. We have to be honest. He's not got the game of like a Selby or something like that. So at times he can be found wanting in the tactical exchanges and things like that. But I think it just got more and more, you know, the longer it went on, it just became more and more difficult to win.
What does he do now then, Neil? Because he's now got over the line, he's got that first ranking title, that monkey's off his back now. How does he push on?
Well, I think if he wins something else now, we'll stop even ever mentioning it again. I mean, as Rob's right, it couldn't happen to a nicer guy, and also
he wants to win something else now. You put pressure on when his second one now, are you?
I think you can do that now.
Yeah,
I mean, he actually beat Ronnie in China as well, and he hadn't beaten Ronnie before. The last frame was a bit shambolic in that match, but you know, look, he's kind of, you can't help but like him. He's a bit sort of in and out with his game, but when he's good, he's fabulous, and he's a great guy. So I'm so delighted to see what he did.
Really interesting to see him up against Kyren Wilson. They're the same age. They turned pro at the same time. Kyren, of course, has won so much more in his professional career. But they know each other very well, played many, many times. Where's Kyren's game at the minute? He has had a win this year, Shanghai.
He has won. He won the very first tournament. Since then, he's not had, obviously, the success he's had last season. Player of the season, arguably, last season. But as we've seen that all the different winners, it's very difficult to win, isn't it? And listen, I think because of the tension that Jack's had of this win, I think Kyren will be bang up for this match today.
I think he will. You know, I have Kyren very high on a short list of players who could be world champion again very soon. I think he'll win it again. But he would love to do well in this week. And this match with Jack's a tough one because he lost to him the other week.
Great stuff. Well, in our second match this afternoon, Mark Allen faces the reigning world champion Chao Xintong. Alan McManus is in commentary for us today. He has been looking ahead to this one with Rob Walker.
Thanks very much, Jill. What a privileged position up here at the practice tables. Jack on this table, Kyren getting ready over there with Taylor, Chris Henry, the Jerry Maguire of agents and coaches overseeing Jack. Al, this match is going to be a belter, but so too Alan against Xiao Xintong. Where is Mark's game? Because he's often so critical of his own form, but he has won a title this season.
I've got to be careful because Chris Henry's just a few yards away. But what I would say is, right, he won in Brentwood and he showed, as if we needed reminding of how tough he can be. But I actually believe he's playing better than what he showed in Brentwood. He showed it in Belfast. He didn't quite go all the way, but I think the quality of his game was better there. So I expect a big performance from Mark today.
And history shows us he absolutely loves the Champ of Champs and thrives in this environment. 3 times a finalist, twice a champion. The bigger the stage, the bigger the opponent, the more Alan is up for it.
Yeah, I think so. He's been that way. Yes, he's dropped off the radar a bit for how good a player he is the last couple of years. But even winning that tournament in Brentwood and coming into better form, I believe, it does take time for that good form to come in terms of results. So I believe he's in a good place.
What about Xiao Xintong? I mean, all the plaudits, the tour back home, the reigning world champion. 2 semis this season. Very nearly made the international championship final, but you know, outbeaten by the eventual champion. Where's he? And is he on a free hit this season because he's just going to go scorching up the rankings? He's got no points to defend.
No, there's no such thing as a free hit in this game. You've got to keep on it all the time. Thinking back to winning at Sheffield, it was almost a perfect storm because the lead up to it, he played loads of Q2 events. Then he had 4 qualifying matches the week before the Crucible itself. So he went in there razor sharp and we saw what can happen. So when you're not as sharp as that, which he hasn't been this season, then I think that's one of the reasons why his results haven't been what a lot of people were hoping for. But he still has lots of time, because you rightly say he has that performance at Sheffield in the bank. I think at some stage he will make good on it again, but I don't think he's ever going to be a prolific winner because it's not his type of game.
So, in a nutshell, does Alan have the edge for that one, do you think?
It's a tough call. I mean, Xintong played well last week in China, but I believe Mark Allen's just coming into form at the right time.
2 brilliant matches this afternoon, Jill. You can't take your eye off the champ of champs for 1 single second. Oh, nailed!
What a showman. OK, coming up next, we're going to get play underway with today's opener between Kyren Wilson and Jack Lisowski. It's Kyron Wilson against Jack Lisowski in an intriguing opening match of the day here at the Mattioli Arena. There's not much to split them in the head-to-head, with Lisowski pipping it by 6 frames, 6 wins to 5. And he was victorious in their last meeting just 2 weeks ago on the way to stealing that momentous Northern Ireland Open title. Let's see which way it goes this afternoon in this best of 7. In the commentary box, Alan McManus is with Phil Yates. First, here's Tahir Hadjat to welcome the players.
Good afternoon and welcome to Leicester as Matchroom Multisport presents to you the sportsbet.io champion of champions. Judd Trump safely through to Friday night semi-final. At the end of today's action, we will find out who he will play. 2 world champions in the group of 4 players this afternoon. It's going to be exciting, so let's get our first pairing to the table. Up first, let's hear it fresh off his first ever ranking event title. It's the Northern Ireland Open champion, Jackpot Jack Lisowski. And his opponent won 4 ranking event titles last season. Let's hear it for the Warrior, Kyron Wilson.
What a day in prospect. You know, boxing matches often have a tagline. This group's tagline would be no hiding place. You look back at the history of the Champion of Champions, has there been a more competitive group than this? I would doubt it.
Thank you. It's the first frame. Kyron Wilson to break.
What a quality quartet. All 4 of them with a powerful argument to say they could win this group. All 4 of them could. And off we go. For all members of this group, Alan, the draw has done them no favours whatsoever.
Yeah, absolutely, Phil. And good afternoon to everyone. Day 2 at the Champion of Champions. It's a special group, this one.
Kyron Wilson, the favourite to win this match. Generally, the odds 4-6 for him, 6-5 for Lisowski. I think that's about representative of where they stand. But in a best-of-7 frame match, if you get a good run, it makes a massive difference at this level. Not just the fluke, position on a ball killer, away he should go.
Yeah, let's have a look at it again. I knew nothing of it. Cue ball well short of the baulk line. What a bonus. Just having those few minutes up in the practice room there with Rob, and it gave us a chance to get a feel for the work that the players are putting in. And as usual, Kyron, all business up there, as Jack was. He's always meticulous in his preparation for these big events, as Kyron. Just note there the cue ball coming short. That was something that Jack played a couple of shots upstairs 10 minutes ago, and he said, "Oh, these cushions are soft." Likewise out in the arena.
You're a great one for atmospherics, Alan. Do you think it's because we've had so much dampness?
Yeah, possibly.
12.
I mean, there's another example of it, the cue ball just not quite making the desired journey. It's not uncommon that tables take 2 or 3 days to settle and then start gliding the way the players like them to. Yeah, taking the brown because then position
Bramble
is far easier, so get the pot. Cue ball should take care of itself. Shot. That's very good.
$16.
And if the table is on the unresponsive side, and we're talking margins here, fine margins, the game of Kyren Wilson, well equipped to deal with it.
$17.
Yeah, now he might be tempted in playing the cannon to the cluster because of that red near the right centre. The percentages because of that red would be in his favour if he plays that shot.
$22. $23.
The black now available into both of its natural pockets, which is always an advantage.
$30.
Kyren has a funny way sometimes of using the spider. He's going to use it in the conventional sense this time, but sometimes he uses the shaft of the spider to sort of form a bridge, if you like. But yeah, going along quite nicely. Bonus that flip was, wasn't
31.
it?
$38.
It is so important to make a good start. You could say 2 of the 3 matches on day 1 yesterday, the most important frame in them was the first. Leipzig fan clearing up to take the opener against Sean Murphy. And then Judd Trump stealing the first frame against Leipzig fan in the quarter-final last night.
46. $47.
Good refereeing that by Marcel Eckhart. He was side on to the shot to get a better view of any potential foul. But well played by Kyren.
$54. $55.
at the upper level of most individual professional sports. Luck plus skill, that's an unbeatable combo. That's what we're seeing from Wilson here, the fluke to get in. The rest of it, though, high quality.
61. $62. $67. $68. $73.
Trying to pop both reds in both middles. Ha ha! 1 out of 2 ain't bad, isn't it?
And now Wilson's got every chance of chalking up his 20th century break of the season.
81.
He's a stalwart of the Championship League in all of its
88.
types, the ranking and invitation events. So he's played a lot of competitive snooker on these Rasson tables.
Karen Wilson,
But
88.
fails on that red. Mind you, that was a very good frame for Kyron Wilson to win. Swift, decisive. .10 the first frame lasted. Kyron Wilson fluked a red and made hay. So Jack Lisowski on the back foot. New experience for me, this, Alan, commentating on Jack Lisowski without being able to say he's the best player yet to win a world ranking event. All of that's out of the window now. Someone else has taken that role. There's debate as to who it is, but it is not Lisowski.
Yeah, it's good that we can put that one away in it and just call him a brilliant snooker player from now on. But yeah, brilliant start by Kyron. He'll have the feel-good factor, sizing up this long red.
Got a strange vibe around this match, really. You look at it and you think it's the young up-and-comer against the established star, but in fact, Lisowski is the older of the two players. He's been around for a short while longer.
Yeah, things not going his way early on. Good pot that, but he's got the same brown on the other side of the table that Kyron had. That was a piece of cueing, that was. What a shot.
5.
I mean, he actually played it the difficult way, going really deep on the cue ball. With that pace.
In the first frame last night of the quarter-final, we saw Trump pot a very important ball right-handed down this right-hand side rail. Not so convinced about Lisowski's right-handed abilities. Oh, again though, cursed.
Lisowski 5. Karen Wilson 4.
It was one of those, though. I mean, if you're being hypercritical, he just get the cue ball out into the open and play the pink in and out of balk with a cue ball. You know, the minute you lose the cue ball and let it run, I know he's unlucky, but I don't know if he had to be that aggressive. And he'll get punished at this level, generally. Like I say, it was, yeah, in one sense it was unfortunate, but I think if you're a kind of match player, or more of a match player, you know, the Higgins and Selbys, they accept a simple red and pink cue ball in and out of ball. Gone now. Another good chance.
Seven.
Misdirected positional shot. Just these small things going the Kyron's way at the minute. You know, things like that. You leave a red that you know nothing about with a perfect angle to get back in prime position.
Yeah, the fluke in the first frame was the glaring, obvious kind of fortune. But it's the subtle pieces of fortune you get throughout a match that really take their toll on the opponent.
$13. Can we make sure that's switched off, please? $14. $20. $21. 27. 28.
These days, snooker seasons are lengthy affairs.
34.
It's been a while now since the Shanghai Masters when Wilson played so brilliantly.
35.
Only played 4 matches in that event, an invitation tournament. But he put together 9 centuries. A replication of that form would be very welcome in the Wilson camp.
41. 42.
'This is the last tricky shot. Nicely done. And you've got to say, yes, he's had the odd bit of
49.
fortune here and there, but he looks bang on it today, Kyron. Something else I think has improved, even perhaps since he became world champion. His shot selection is just perfect for me. Something that we talk about a lot, and just checking his numbers, so make sure the plant
56.
for 2-0.
57.
Yeah, something we talk about a lot, shot selection. Kyron, I almost never question anymore.
64.
And that's one of the reasons why he is multiply qualified to be here. German Masters
65.
champion, Players Championship winner, and the aforementioned Shanghai Masters. All tickets to this fine event.
$72. 73.
It was Wilson's
80.
good luck that got him in the first frame. It was Lisowski's ill fortune that got him to the
81.
table for this effort. But to say it's all been about luck would be a gross misrepresentation. As Alan said, Wilson is playing some really good stuff.
88. 90.
Yeah, his game, all right, the ranking events this season for him have been
93.
below what he's capable of. But as an overall package, he's in the top 2 or 3 in the world for me. And when he's on it, he's almost unplayable.
97. 102. 108.
'Kyron Wilson taking full advantage of 2 chances. 2 frames have lasted 10 minutes. Both have gone to the former world champion. The story so far at the Mattioli Arena in Leicester on day 2 of the
third
Champion
frame.
of Champions.
Wilson to break.
Kyron Wilson off to a flyer. We know that Lisowski leads 6-5 in career meetings. Wilson, though, has played really well against Lisowski on occasions. The most prime example when he won 5-1 at the World Open in 2019. Made breaks of 108, 102, 86, 77 and 72. That's what he can do. That's what he's capable of. Dominating opponents in much the same way that Lisowski can dominate.
Yeah, good pot that by Kyron, but Jack didn't come round and have a look at what he was going to leave. You know, the safety shot that he played, he basically had to get the cue ball tight to this end cushion. He didn't do it. And he might be sat down for a while again.
5.
Not so much a criticism of Jack, just an observation. You cannot give away chances on the cheap at this level.
Already the total points ledger is looking rather lopsided. And with this opportunity,
13.
It could well become even more so.
$20. 21.
Clever shot again, just a sneaky little punch cannon. Get another red in the open. Again, the devil's in the detail a lot at the top level, but yeah, Kyron just
27.
checking that red on the bottom left edge of the cluster. It looks all set for 3-0. I know it's still quite early in the frame, but he's playing lovely.
28. Gotta go fishing here.
Yeah, Kyron there just dropped his chalk and it's landed underneath the blue spot. Why does it always do that? Always lands in the middle of the underneath the table, the chalk. Of course, it's round now; it can roll that way.
34.
Marcel Eckhart, world croquet champion.
$35. $40. $41.
Oh, what a shot that is. He's created an angle that wasn't there.
48.
Now, he's not on the desired red, but you could say it was almost straight, that. Yeah, it might actually be end of break, but it was some effort. Just having a perusal of what's on offer, because he knows it's quite a critical stage of the match. 2-0 in front, and bossing this one sounds good, but you've got to keep the door locked. Mini mistake.
Karen Wilson,
What can
48.
Jack do? You've been sat out for half an hour. It's a much tougher shot, that one.
Tell you what, it's not very often the cue ball travels that far off a double kiss. It wasn't easy, but in light of the way the match had been going, I am surprised he missed it.
One. Blue ball. Check Lisowski,
Yeah,
one.
it's a clever shot, that. Just disturb the brown, basically. It might not come to pass that it helps Jack win the frame, but it might.
One.
I'll defer to you, Alan, but for me, that was the best shot of the match so far.
Oh, by miles. I was actually a bit surprised he took it on. God, what a pot.
One.
Especially with, you know, the red's not brilliant, but there was potential for a fight back.
Eight.
Oh, that's the second best shot he's played. That was a beauty. He's obviously absolutely bolt straight on the black and can't do anything with it. So he might play a sort of speculative double to left middle off this.
Sixteen.
Needs one more red to leave Lisowski requiring a snooker.
Yeah. All right, you could say he's a wee bit fortunate to have the plant, but he adjudged that he could leave the cue ball that low and still make it with a good cue ball. Yeah, superb.
Welcome to the winner's circle, Jack.
22.
Not the warmest of receptions.
$29. 30. $36. 37. 40. 41. 46. 48.
I noticed a road diversion in Leicester city centre last night, and this is one-way traffic.
51. 55.
Wilson might be putting in for overtime.
60.
After this frame, it's took him 12 minutes to win.
Foul. Check Lisowski. 6. Kyron Wilson, 60.
We did not see this coming. Kyron Wilson is in cracking form, and he's one frame away from progress. Can produce inspirational stuff, and it's well within his capabilities to win 4 frames on the trot and completely turn this around. Seems bleak now, but you never know. Total points tell a story. Half of Lisowski's have come from that in-off on the pink that was basically an exhibition shot from Wilson, with the rest at the end of frame 3. Another overwhelmingly one-sided stat.
Looks difficult, this shot, but he has 2 reds that he can play off. And bound to get either one of them thin, but there's a mistake. What damage? Nothing on the face of it. Everything going Kyron's way. Yeah, it's that stage now for Jack, all or nothing. Shot, well played, well done. That red actually was the classic example of the way these players take advantage of conditions. Down the cushion, you know, they'll be noted yesterday. They're not as challenging as they perhaps are at times, and, you know, Jack went all in with it, but it was very makeable. So they exploit conditions so well, these
16
guys.
touching ball. Seventeen.
At times like this, you've got to try and find positives. 1 for Lisowski. His recent scoring, it's been potent.
25.
In winning in Belfast, he made 7 centuries. Even though he lost in the last 16 of last week's International Championship, he made 10 centuries there.
$32. $33. $40.
This time it looks like end of break. Almost cued that too well. Yeah, that's good. That's 40. Excellent. Take your medicine, play a good safety shot. And now what does Jack do? He takes this red on. He's going to have to get this. Because barring good fortune, if he missed the red, he's going to leave one. And he has.
And Wilson has already potted a red of similar ilk to the same pocket as this, maybe even a little tougher.
One. Three.
Yeah, that's a better shot than it looked. That was supreme confidence to play it that way, and you know the way he played it made the pot marginally more difficult. But he knew positionally it was a big payoff.
$11. $12.
Now
17.
the winning line looms large.
Yeah, just be considering in potting this red, he'd be paying a lot of attention to the red that he's going to cannon, because he obviously doesn't want to push it towards the cushion and stay there. That's why he played it with pace. Fantastic.
18.
I mean, I know it's, for these guys that's quite basic, but he just took a few seconds, right? Play it with pace, get the red into open play. Again, his shot selection is top drawer these days.
24.
And it's a lot more instinctive than it used to be. Wilson has never been a slow player, but I think these days he's got more fluency than ever before. And there's your evidence, 18 seconds a shot. Yes, he's had a lot of quality table time, which enhances your average shot time, but that's still rapido.
31. $37.
Oh, he's pulling the trigger on it this time. He's got to be so accurate with this, with pace. Ah, good shot.
38.
Supreme confidence once again. Now, where he's left the cue ball there tells us he's going to play the cannon to lift that red near the right side. If this works out, it should be match over. Nicely played.
46.
The red has gone in, well, not the most awkward position, but awkward. Yeah, he's playing 2 cushions, cannon on the brown, full in the face, and if he doesn't get it, he's got the other red. Look at this for a shot. Brilliant vision. Didn't quite get into it, but the other red was always waiting. All right, he's not nice on it. Didn't quite get through that one.
52.
For a shot of this nature, though, few players are better equipped than Wilson. Not his best effort there. And renewed hope for Lisowski.
Karen Wilson, 52.
Look at where the yellows went. You got a little angel on his shoulder today, Kyron, in some sense. But for the yellow finishing close to the cushion, you would strongly fancy the clearance.
5. Six.
Yeah, okay. He's going to take
11.
this on. He's perfect. If there is such a thing with this shot. Oh, brilliant.
13.
Well played.
$16.
Just consulting the scoreboard, he's 4 in front, so down to the pink.
20. $25. Check Lisowski, 25.
That is simply unbelievable. A lapse in concentration, if ever there was one. That wasn't nerves. That was just application.
Yeah, knocked me over with a feather. How did he miss that one? All right, I suppose the half good news, he's 13 in front, but I'm just thinking as well, it was terrific resolve to get himself in position to win the frame.
Yeah.
We were treated to black ball finishes yesterday. This could be a respotted black. That was weak, a very unexpected double kiss.
Six.
And to follow, pink ball redemption for Jack Lisowski. He's on the board. The match remains alive. Wilson's lead trimmed to 3-1. What an intriguing frame. It could turn out to be a really intriguing match. If Lisowski were to win this one as well, the early dominance of Wilson might count for very little. Just a reminder, this is day 2 of the Champion of Champions at the Mattioli Arena in Leicester. Coming up after this, it's the world champion Xintong against Mark Allen to play the winner of our contest in the quarterfinals, the group final, this evening.
One.
What a peach. What a piece of cueing.
Yeah, and another. He looks happy enough. He's perfect. On the red anyway. Just a pity that the black's out of commission for the time being.
8.
Yeah, well played. Good percentage way of playing that shot for blue or bolt colour.
I
think he's just considering the red in the middle of the cluster to right corner. No, he's not.
15.
Deciding on the cannon. Ah, Jack, that's a poor one for a player of his ability and class. To get the right half of the pink on contact was poor. But more resolve, what a shot. That's the best shot he's played in the match so far, that one. Even given the red that opened this. Break. Fantastic resolve, once again.
26.
Yes, and with every segment of genius that Lisowski produces, that increases the likelihood that maybe a seed of doubt is starting to germinate in the mind of Wilson. That's the thing with these best-of-7 frame matches. Never in the books until the decisive ball is potted.
32.
There's always the propensity for a fight back.
33.
That's where he's improved. He's given better consideration to his choice of shot. The blue was 95% he was going to be on one, but the yellow offered 100% as far as position is concerned. It was one of them, almost a mini case of take your medicine and go again with the break. That was very good, I think.
36.
Oh, I'm not sure what he played there. That was an awful one. Still has one just about, but far from easy.
Fortune attached to where the cue ball finished, but
41.
After what happened in the first 2 frames, how can you possibly begrudge Lisowski?
Yeah, that's a brilliant shot. Yeah, you're right, Phil. It was very fortunate, but I think
47.
he's just about due it.
.48.
But what a fight back is just coming to fruition now. He's looking very good all of a sudden, Jack. Not pristine, but good. And also
53.
another word you could use, it looks to me anyway at the moment, that we don't associate with Jack. He looks very solid in his own game. As Stephen said earlier at the top of the programme, you don't want him to lose his natural way of playing. But if you can add that wee bit of steel here and there, then all the better. What's he got 54. Then in terms of this pink with angle? He's already looked at the red next to the black. It's tight whether it goes. Oh, wonderful. Oh, that was a gem.
60. 61.
The red he's just potted was frame ball, but he wants some more padding.
Check Lisowski. 61.
Seems unlikely now, but could he come to regret that? Only one snooker needed.
Yeah, effectively two snookers, isn't it, with the black as is at the moment, so no cause for immediate alarm.
I think with his necessity to pot high-value colours, Wilson did the right thing to free up the black, but he was giving Lisowski that look at a plant. And now it is all over by the shouting, frame 5.
7. 8. 15. 16.
'Smart as well, the frame's
23.
long gone, but Jack just sensibly just testing the pockets. Well, that's what he wanted to do anyway. Well done.
And the frame.
The frames are flying by. And, you know, jackpot, Jack Lisowski could still book a win. mighty comeback and reach tonight's group final.
Thank you. Frame 6. Jack Lisowski to work.
Worth remembering, Kyron Wilson has suffered a heartbreaking defeat from well in front, a position of superiority already this season. Quarter-finals of the very lucrative Saudi Arabia Masters. Lost 6-5 to Ronnie O'Sullivan, having led 5-3.
One. Six. Seven.
Yeah, now that he's in stroke, his cue ball's behaving. Does he play the cannon to red-black? Almost together. No, I think wisely he's just going to hang off. I think that's smart. Yeah, the pink and black are out of the game at the moment, but
12.
a little bit of housework and tidy one or two away and then get to work on those.
$13.
Let's see how well he can strike this one. For top side
18.
of blue again, you'd expect very well. Perfect.
19.
Yeah, that's going awkward.
24. Yeah.
Already potted a really good red with the extended rest, even though cue ball and red were close together, and this is another test.
Thanks.
Yeah, two for the price of one again.
26.
Here's a big shot then. Blue to far corner. Going to be on a red, no problem with the cue ball, but must get the pot. Oh dear. Payback.
I've never agreed with those who say luck evens itself out.
31.
But I think in this match, it has, or it's getting close.
32. $38.
Oh, now then, big shot. Can he get on black or pink? Ah, this time it goes wrong.
39.
Waste no time pulling the trigger on the green. Oh, shot. He's a different player at the moment, Lisowski.
42.
Benefited from a little bit of luck there when the red went down the table and knocked the green closer to the pocket, but it was still a pressure ball to float in.
$43.
Karen Wilson, known as a rest player extraordinaire, but Lisowski today has been outstanding in that department. Flawless.
45.
Yeah, get nicely on the pink off this to the same pocket and it's job done for a decider.
46.
And that will do very nicely. This is absolutely perfect now.
$52. $53.
Okay, just steady yourself for this. Make sure the pot red waiting. Decider inbound.
$59. Yep.
Wobbled, wasn't sure, but it
60.
fell in the end. And look at this, pretty much certain now to go the distance. And we've arrived at the decider in just over an hour.
Kyron sitting in his
66.
chair, having a little smile to himself, shaking his head and thinking, how
67.
did this all go wrong?
$73. 74. $80. 81.
A title supplies inner belief. Inner belief promotes resilience. And that's what we're seeing from Lisowski right now.
88. $90. $93. $97. $102. $108. Lisowski, 115.
The flute blew, glued things together. After that, though, it was Lisowski brilliance. It's a match that is going to a decider. Can't wait. even before a ball was spotted. This group had a special look about it. The first match in the group, most certainly special. And the most important frame is now. Lisowski was on a roll. His average shot time in the 6th frame was only 13 seconds. He could have left an easier opening red than this. That was an ambitious shot to take on.
Playing on the red by the black. Not quite on it, but that'll keep for now. Good pots. 2 good pots, actually. Considering it was more than half an hour since Kyron last potted a ball when he came to the table. Yeah, no, the black is not quite on its spot, so it's obviously going to go as close as it can. Just to the left of where it is now, so Kyron's got to just judge this. Seems happy enough that there'll be enough of the red. But maybe not. This is a big job, but Marcel Eckhart will be pristine in his replacement of the black here. Yeah, very good. Do it once, check it, and make sure it's absolutely where it has to be. Brilliant refereeing. It's not his business whether Kyron can get the red or not. It's his business to replace it correctly. Brilliant, Marcel. Can just about get it, though.
He wouldn't agree now, but if Wilson can withstand Lisowski's fight back and win this match, it would perhaps do him more good than winning 4-0 in a canter.
Oh,
that was a gorgeous little positional shot to keep things moving along.
26.
This is Wilson's 8th appearance in the Champion of Champions. Twice he's lost in the first round. On both
33.
occasions, the scoreline was 4-3. 2019 to Tepchira Nu, 2022 to Ryan Day. Does not want the hat-trick.
Can he force the cue ball through them? Oh, you bet he can. That was a gem.
34.
They're all there now.
$41. $42.
You do not become king of the Crucible without having a great temperament, and that's what he's displaying here. Still, though, work to do.
$49. $50. No problem. Thanks. $56. $57.
Again, terrific refereeing by Marcel there. He just get round behind Kyron's cue just to look for the foul, but almost there. What a match this has been. Yeah, and he's there now. Terrific champion's performance.
63. $64.
Mathematically, this is the ball. I don't think, Alan, this is a stretch to say we've
70.
seen one of the best ever first-round matches in the history of the Champion of Champions.
Absolutely, and be proud, Jack Lisowski. And I know that your coach, Chris
71.
Henry, will think the same. Sometimes it is, it's how you lose. But he's shown a different side to him today. The talent's there, we know about that. That's always going to be the case. But the fight and the resolve was
76.
there. But some days you just lose to a guy in great form,
77.
and that's been the case today. But what a match.
$84.
His parents should be proud.
$85.
This has been the amalgamation of skill, but also great heart.
$91. $92.
And wouldn't it be entirely fitting for Wilson to put the cap on things for the century?
$96. 97.
Yeah, class finish
102.
from a classic champion.
104.
When Ronnie O'Sullivan beat him 10-9 in the final of the Champion of Champions in 2018, the Rocket made a century in the decider.
107.
It takes a special talent to do it when the chips are down.
111. 116. 122. Foul. Jack Lisowski, 7.
Jack Lisowski contributed greatly to that match. But in the end, stoically standing firm, it is Kyron Wilson who advances. Great entertainment, 4-3.
running from country, city to city, trying to find somewhere to belong. So come on, train. Oh, yeah, yeah.
Well, what a treat here this afternoon in Leicester, and not just the music choices either. What quality snooker we've seen. As the match stats show us there, great break building from both players. Kyron Wilson storming into a 3-0 lead in this one. Then the fight back from Jack Lisowski, and an impressive century in the decider from the world number 2 to make it into tonight's group final. Neil and Stephen enjoyed every moment of that match. And Neil, when you look at it and the way the match played out, it's difficult to say who deserved it more, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, look, maybe, Kyron, he's made the couple of centuries. There were 3 in the match, multiple breaks all the way through. A smashing game, hardly any safety. And just the odd mistake made here or there. It was a tremendous game of snooker. I mean, these two, like in their mid-30s now, should play a huge part in snooker for the next decade at least.
Yeah, they both look to be in their pomp, both brimming with confidence. Even when Jack went 3-0 down, he hadn't done an awful lot wrong. He just hadn't had any time at the table.
Yeah, and he came out. He stayed attacking. He played the way that he knows his natural game. Yeah, we won't see a better best of 7 this week. In the group stages. That was snooker I love to watch. It was just it was like a boxing match. It was punch for punch. Some fantastic shots, flukes. It had everything. But ultimately, Kyron, with 2 centuries and outscoring Jack by a couple 100 points, deserved to win.
Phil Yates made a big call. Best of 7 we've seen in the Champion of Champions.
Oh, well, maybe. I mean, there's been some good matches over the years, but that was as good as any. I mean, we had about 50 shots lined up, but then we were going to show you what happened in the decider, because it's like so many things going on. Good, bad, bits of good and bad luck. This was a great shot, wasn't it? The way he's ploughed through the bunch. I mean, it's worked out well. You never quite know, but, I mean, he couldn't have played it any better, Stephen.
No, both players, their ball striking today was supreme. They really were. Because the table's not the quickest, but they were still getting the cue ball round the table with ease. It was pure ball striking, and that Nielsen, that shot could go wrong. But yeah, it was just a stunning game of snooker in terms of aggressive shot choice, forcing yourself in the table to make chances to score. Great snooker.
It's just a shame one of them has to go home, and we won't see them further in the competition. But of course, we will see Kyron in action tonight. You talked about the table conditions. I wonder if they've changed slightly today. If the table's maybe running a little bit quicker.
Possibly. It'll have obviously been brushed a few times, been ironed a few times. So possibly. The weather's a bit different today. It's not quite as damp as it was yesterday, so that might improve it today. But you wouldn't have known that from the way that these guys were playing today. As I say, the ball striking was supreme. Yeah,
we'll talk more about Kyron, no doubt, as we build towards this evening. But a word on Jack Lisowski, because, as you made the point, he was playing that aggressive form of snooker, what he does best. Although he'll be disappointed not to have gone further in this competition, making his debut here, he will take a lot of confidence from the way he's played in the last couple of tournaments since that breakthrough win in Northern Ireland. Yeah,
I mean, I say he beat Ronnie O'Sullivan in the tournament in China last week. He kind of only really knows one way, Jack, and we love him for it, actually. He only knows one way, and that's to try and obliterate his opponents. He's never going to outthink them and outmaneuver them. He's not his game. But when he's good, he's so great to watch. So, I can't wait to see him play next.
Great. Well, we'll get some more reaction to this one later on this afternoon. But coming up next, it's our second match of the day. Ahead of that, let's hear from Mark Allen. He's been speaking to Rob Walker.
Mark, this is an event in which you tend to thrive and shine. 3 finals, 2 titles. You love the Champ of Champs.
Yeah, it's one of my favourite events of the year, and I think normally Matchroom do like a great job of doing the extra little things behind the scenes and stuff, and yeah, it's the best of the best. The people that have won tournaments in the last calendar year are here, so there's no easy matches, and I'm looking forward to it.
You're always quite critical of your own form and your own tactical nous. Where is your game at the moment? Because obviously you've won a title this season, semis in Northern Ireland. Are you close to being your best at the minute?
No, but I think that's exciting because I'm still competing for events. I've still won an event this year, and I still feel like I'm a million miles away from where I want to be. But I'm continuing to work hard on the practice table with Chris. I feel like we're trending in the right direction and we're getting things right. It's just a matter of just trusting that a little bit when I'm out there and trying to become a little bit more free-flowing. I'm still winning a lot of games, but I'm not winning them the way I like. I want to start scoring the way I know I can, and like I said, it's exciting because I'm still doing all right, but I know there's so much more to come.
Yeah, Mark Allen being in action very shortly against Zhao Xintong. Stephen, he says there he's not playing at his best. Where do you think his game is at the minute?
Well, he never does. I don't think I can't remember an interview with Mark Allen where he said he's actually playing well. I might be wrong, but he still manages. He said he still gets the results. He's still one of the hardest, probably the hardest player to beat. We've seen when he's won tournaments coming from behind all the time. He's never beaten. What a competitor! But yeah, I'll still hear him say, "Wow, I played well in that match," or "I am playing well."
It'd be interesting to see how he plays because he's had a week off. He didn't qualify for the international. He lost surprisingly to Mitchell Mann in qualifying for that. So now he didn't have to go out there, and all of the things that Sean Murphy was not happy with yesterday does not apply to Mark. You know, he probably had a chance to put some extra work in. So there's no reason why he shouldn't play well and be sharp.
And I think Zhao Xintong has quite recently arrived back in the country as well.
Today, I heard, but I don't know if it's true. Look, the thing is, that people have been speaking about the Chinese going to be taking over the game. They've got the men's world champion and the women's world champion, and different Chinese just won the big one in the international. So the game is doing ever so well in China, and he's a huge part of the future.
Yeah, he's fantastic to watch as well. We'll see that very shortly. Just a quick prediction then. Who do you think is going to be lining up against Kyron tonight in the group final?
I tend to go with Mark Allen. I think if this is true that Zhao Xintong has just arrived this morning, I think he'll either be brilliant or rubbish. So, you know, because the tiredness might hit him. But so I'm going to side with that Mark Allen.
Massive Xintong fan, but I think Allen wins today, definitely.
Great stuff. OK, on the other side of the break then, we'll get our second match underway here. We can't wait to get this one going, and it is Mark Allen against Zhao Xintong in a couple of minutes' time. Another stellar matchup is coming your way. It's reigning world champion Zhao Xintong facing two-time Champion of Champions winner Mark Allen. In 2 previous meetings, the man from Antrim has a perfect record against his opponent. So let's see if that changes today in this best-of-7 clash. Calling all the action from the commentary box is Ken Doherty alongside David Hendon. But first, here's Tahir Hajjat to introduce the players.
Welcome back to the Champion of Champions. A deciding frame duel in favour of the warrior, Kyren Wilson, who is for match number 2. So up first, please welcome the reigning champion of the world. It's the Cyclone, Zhao Xintong. And his opponent is the 2025 English Open champion. Let's hear it for the pistol, Mark Allen.
Well, it's fair to say these two have got quite a lot to live up to after that first match. I'm sure they'll do their best. It always looked like the standout group. Kyren Wilson and Jack Lisowski delivered in match 1. Mark Allen and Zhao Xintong. Next up, Allen, twice champion at the Champion of Champions, 2020 and 2023. Only Xintong's second appearance in the event.
Okay, thank you for that.
Got to the quarters in
yes, please.
2022.
Thank you.
Going to get us underway. John Peller, the referee. Yeah, I mean, he may only just got back to the UK, but he's just a character who seems to take everything in his stride. Nothing seems to stress him. But he's up against, as Stephen Hendry said, one of the toughest players now to beat, even if his form isn't necessarily 100%. Mark Allen, he's got a reputation now of just being very hard to get past.
Yeah, it's a fascinating duel. And as you said, after the first match, let's hope more of the same, please, lads. Mark Allen, have a quick look to see, is he on this red left of the blue? Doesn't look like it. Certainly not into the left centre. He may be able to play the shot down into this bottom left corner pocket.
There's only 2 meetings between them, and the last of them was 8 years ago, so there's no recent form to go on. Of course, that would have been before Xintong broke through as a top player. For the record, Allen won them both. Mark Allen didn't qualify for the International Championship, so he wasn't involved in travelling out to Nanjing. Zhao Xintong got to the semis. He played on Friday, where Wu Yize beat him. Well, Alan's already looking at Zhao Xintong because with the red up in bulk and the one near the right corner, they've decided to re-rack.
Okay.
Didn't take long to agree.
That was a bit of an anticlimax, wasn't it?
Well, it's allowed a few latecomers to take their seats.
It's an interesting matchup, isn't it? I know the boys in the studio are favouring Allen. suppose, like with the experience and the safety, but I don't know whether the safety's got to be so good in this match, because the pockets, obviously, from what we've seen already, David, but they're playing a little bit easier. They're going in, and that makes it probably better for Xintong, that he's such a wonderful potter and break builder. It's going to be hard to hide the cue ball for this young man, so it's really fascinating matchup between the two.
The first frame, Xintong
So
to
here we
break.
go again.
Yeah, we've had a re-rack, so once again, the first of a possible 7 frames. Karen Wilson already in the group final. Mark Allen's 11th appearance in this tournament. This is the 13th staging, so he's only missed 2. And 7 of the previous 10, he's won his group. So it's a great record. In fact, he's not lost this match, the first match in the event, for 11 years.
One.
That's no good. He was trying to get on the yellow from that red. It's come up short. So just a safety shot.
Xintong, 1.
A year ago he was on the Q Tour, played in snooker clubs around the UK and Europe, where he absolutely cut a swathe through the field. He won 4 of the events. He made 2 maximums to get himself back on the World Snooker Tour.
Yeah, it's incredible. 12 months that he's had, and of course, still just getting used to being world champion. Hasn't sort of peaked yet this season. Lost in the semi-finals last week.
One.
Not a great kiss. I don't think that brown was cuttable.
Brown ball.
Just a safety. Try and nestle up behind it.
Xintong, 1.
Just came around to have a look at the pack of reds. A little bit reluctant to open them up for fear of knocking one over the corner pocket, so not a bad choice. Play the loose one.
Well, it's not quite continuing in the vein of the first match yet, but anyway, let's see. There's plenty of time. Can Xintong knock this in and get going? There's the answer. Saw many of those flying in Sheffield, didn't we, earlier in the year?
Well, that's a careless one. I mean,
5.
huge margin for error there, just to miss that middle pocket, come down for that red above the black. Well, once again, another chance going back in. Just a safety shot back to balk.
Thank you. Xintong 5.
He might come and have a look at these two reds. Can he make them into a possible plant into this bottom left corner pocket? Doesn't look like it's a great angle there. Very short with the cue ball, not putting any pressure on his opponent with that safety shot. Well, can he get through to this red over the corner pocket? It's certainly far from easy. Well, I think he can pot it, and it's not dead straight. He's got a slight angle. He can come off two cushions, but well, you've got to cue these in very well indeed. Such a tough shot. Good pot, but I didn't hit it into the middle of the pocket. Sort of went into the right-hand side of the pocket, and that's why he doesn't have position.
Brown ball. Xintong 1.
That could be a big mistake from Mark Allen. It's certainly true Xintong hasn't shown that sparkling form this season that won him the World Championship yet, but we know what he's capable of. Everybody does. It makes him very dangerous. I thought he did play a lot better last week. He had a good win, particularly over Mark Selby from behind in the quarter-finals. He showed a lot of steel to get the win 6-5.
One.
He's been in great demand, as you can imagine, in China with endorsements. He's been involved in fashion shows, all sorts of things, since becoming their first world champion.
Yeah, absolutely. And why not? Enjoy it. That's the main thing.
6. Seven.
It's just the added pressure of, you know, carrying the mantle of world champion. It's a great feeling, but it does add pressure. You sort of settled into that very early in the season and try and get a win under your belt quickly.
13.
Sort of takes that pressure off you. But he hasn't done that yet. But there are signs that he's starting to show
14.
some of that form. He's just a quality player. It's just great to watch, isn't he? The way he floats around the table and just the strike on the cue ball, sort of effortless. And a wonderful, languid style.
Yes, I mean, we
20.
know snooker is a high-pressure business, but he has this sort of natural nonchalance just in life generally, and that translates to how he plays. Nothing seems to really bother him or affect him.
21.
Yeah, just didn't play that last shot quite so well. He wanted to be high on the pink, so when potting the pink into this bottom right corner pocket, he wanted to be able to play on another red into the same corner, but he can't do that now. So he's got a little bit of work to do with the cue ball here. He'd love to get on the red, second to the left of the black. That would be nice.
$27.
Well, this red must be, well, it's very, very tight. It didn't look on from here. We'll have a look at this. It'd be so precise. No problem.
28. $34. 35.
He's in a nice position now. This time he has got a nice angle just to drop on that red below the pink.
$41. 42.
So this frame took a bit of time to get going. Indeed, it was re-racked initially. But Xintong needs this red to win it.
44. 45.
In the end, Mark Allen played a poor safety to let him in.
$52. 53. $60.
So a solid 60 from the world champion Xintong to take the opening frame here, playing for place in the group final, of course, against Kyren Wilson this evening. Day 2 of Snooker's Champion of Champions. We're here in Leicester. Already had a great match between Karen Wilson and Jack Lisowski. Wilson the winner 4-3. Mark Allen, twice champion, finds himself 1-0 down to the world champion, Xintong. Allen, of course, won the English Open early this season to book his place in this event, although he had won the Golden Ball event in Saudi as well last season. But that English Open, he won 5 matches in a row in a decider to get the tournament win, including the final, 9-8 over Zhou Long. So when his back was to the wall, he just kept responding in that event.
One.
Not many players these days roll up behind ball colours when they have a chance of a pot. There's a great example. Black tied up, of course, so rely on blue or pink here.
5.
Interesting to see where the pink goes. I don't think it'll go on its own spot. And when it goes, if it does, behind the pack, will it be potable? I think the pink spot is covered. Let's see where.
Give me a minute, please.
John, our referee, will put the pink. It may still be potable into this left corner pocket, you know. And that would certainly help. And that's what Xintong is waiting on here. Go a little bit closer to the reds without touching. And certainly does pot, and he may play for the pink off the next red here. And leave a nice angle low on the pink, that when he does pot the pink, try and split the other reds up. Well, no.
12.
Maybe he's going to wait for a better chance. He might want to free up the pink spot. But it is a possibility for him.
$17.
Let's see, does he play on pink here?
18.
Has it gone too far for this red? Stopped in his tracks. He may just be on it. He's okay, just about.
$25.
It's the day of his 8th birthday. when Ding Junhui won the China
31.
Open 2005. That was, of course, a massive moment for snooker in China. He said he remembers it being, vaguely remembers it being on the TV, his first introduction to snooker. Clearly there was something about it that appealed to him. And then some.
$32.
Yeah, he's just a wonderful talent, isn't he?
37.
I saw him play. In fact, I played him, I think, when he was only 13 in one of the tournaments in China. You could just tell, and you can tell with certain
38.
players, just oozing natural ability. It just makes the game looks very easy and just effortless as he strolls around the table. What's gone wrong?
44.
Dislodge the bunch and bring a red into play, but hasn't happened. Now is he on this red? He's having a look at it, the one below the black, but looks like he's opposed to playing that. Oh, this looks dangerous. This looks very
Xintong,
dangerous.
44.
Has he left it? I think he has. Poor shot.
Yeah, just didn't give enough thought, did he, to the shot he played there, Xintong. Although this hasn't finished great for Alan.
And he's looking at a safety shot here because, okay, he can pot the blue, but it's just the 5 extra points. He's not going to make any more because there's nothing available for him down the left-hand side of the table. So he's trying to keep it tight. Wait for a better opportunity.
Mark Allen, 1. Okay, thank you.
Good grief. He's bludgeoned that red into the pocket, hasn't he? Just had to surrender.
Green ball. Xintong, 1. Foul and a miss for Xintong. Put it back. Yeah, thank you.
Trying to create the two-cushion escape here. Just trying to hit.
Check off me, please, Mark. Yes, thank you.
The red left of the pink. It's a tough one. A little bit wider this time. It's close. Oh.
Foul and a miss for Xintong.
He's got a better idea now of where he needs to hit that first cushion.
Yes, Mark. Thank you.
Oh,
foul.
Oh, that's incredible.
For Xintong.
2 in-offs on that same shot.
Yes, Mark. Xintong, thank you.
Well, this time just overcompensated a little bit too much. So Xintong 56 in front. Not that much more to do to win this frame.
1.
Still needs another red in.
7. Eight.
Well, he potted a great long red, didn't he? And he laid the snooker, which in the end did yield the chance to get this one. So Mark Allen has only scored 1 point so far.
$11. 12. 17.
Yeah, he did leave that red, didn't he? The one red Allen potted was from the poor safety from Xintong, who meanwhile has just potted an unbelievable red.
What a shot that was. Might even go in the hot shot reel, that one. Let's have a look at this for a shot. So close to the red. Let's see the angle.
24.
Execute it perfectly. Great shot. Now you might be able to bring the red away here from the black.
25.
No, didn't try it. Okay, he hasn't won a frame, one visit, but he still looks pretty sharp
31.
for a guy who may have only just arrived in the UK this morning from China.
Xintong, 31.
Well, he's been dominant so far, hasn't he? As I say, Alan, just with that one red, it's all he's potted in the match. A bit of concern for the twice champion. Xintong halfway to victory, leading 2-0. So it's 2-0 to Xintong, the reigning world snooker champion.
Xintong to break.
There's such a sense of star quality about him. It's the sort of event you could see him coming good in. He seems to love the big stage. And he'll be enjoying this so far. And he hasn't necessarily, you know, played lights out, but he's done enough to carve out a very useful advantage. Big frame for Mark Allen, this, to try and stay in the match. Now, the safety stats, obviously it's early in the match, but overall you would expect Allen to be in charge of that side of things, but he hasn't been so far. And he's left a chance here.
One.
judged that nicely.
8.
Perfect on this red. Yeah, just going back to that
9.
question that you posed about the safety success, and yeah, it was a poor shot from Mark Allen, even just that previous shot he played to try and get the cue ball back to behind the black was nowhere near. Not something that you would expect from Mark Allen, so astute in the safety part of the game. And here's the shot again. I mean, have a look at this. Trying to get it right behind the black. Look, what just stops it there. Got no backspin on it whatsoever, and gave up another chance.
17.
Yeah, I'm sure Mark Allen will feel that Xintong should earn his chances. He shouldn't be given them. Already feeling good, of course, having won the first 2 frames. Also, Alan can't blame jet lag because he wasn't in China.
23. 24.
'I think when you're playing players of Xintong's ilk, your safety success
29.
stats have to be well up into the 80s, possible 90%. Down at 50% where they are for Mark Allen at the moment. It's not going to cut it against this
30.
man. A bit short on the blue. So mid-distance red, this should have been easier.
35. 36.
No problem. Now, where's the next red going to come from? Well, has he found something? Is that possibly a 3-ball plant? It looks okay from this angle. It looks like it might creep into the left-hand side of that pocket. Big shot, this.
41.
I mean, if it doesn't go in, you would feel he's bound to leave something. So, but if he gets it, it could win him the frame. No. It could be a turning point.
Xintong, 41.
Could be a big turning point.
Yeah, I mean, he obviously fancied it. He saw the chance for 3-0. But as you say, this is the opening Alan's been looking for to potentially get into the match himself. And as you say, turn it round. Got to start here. A chance he might not have got. There you see, I mean, it's been completely one-sided so far, but there's still time. Didn't get too close to it, did he? It's a concern now for Alan.
Yeah, I think the fact that he hasn't had any real table time, he's only potted 1 ball. His arm's not freed up yet at all, so. But that was a glaring miss. It was quite a long way away.
One. Three.
Amazing that. Another couple of inches roll on that cue ball, and he was in perfect position. Now a bit of work to do.
Four.
Needs one good positional shot here. Still struggling with that cue ball. A little bit short once again.
7. Eight.
Not perfect.
13.
There is a red actually at the bottom of the 4. Not quite sure he played for that, but he's on it. Oh,
14.
Well, that definitely didn't look in. I mean, it certainly wiped his feet a few times.
Well, certainly at the Northern Ireland Open, that would not have gone in.
21.
That has effectively won in the frame. But what's also won in the frame is Mark Allen failing to take his
22.
chance when he got it with the red to the far corner with the rest. So it's a completely one-sided match, this. Xintong not being put under sufficient pressure.
29.
But we saw the first match of the afternoon, didn't we, where Karen Wilson
30.
made all the running to lead 3-0. In the end, he only came through in a decider. There's still time, but it really does have to start for Allen right at the start of frame 4. At the moment, Xintong is just sort of cantering towards the group final.
37. 38.
Yeah, nice shot
44.
to develop that red.
$45. 47. Thank you.
He's taking these
48.
quite nicely. He needed a couple of goes at it. Starting to cue. Very sweetly indeed. Taking them all in
51.
stride.
$53.
Yeah, so it's starting to look like tonight's group final will be a match between the last two winners of the World Championship. Unless Mark Allen can
56.
find something. We know how determined he is. But so far, nothing doing for him this afternoon.
60.
And Xintong just sort of gliding around the table, enjoying life.
65. $71.
It's been a lovely clearance in the end. 78 from Xintong. Mark Allen did have a chance in that frame, couldn't take it. He's still only potted one ball, and he's one frame from defeat. Xintong leads 3-0. We've only been going 42 minutes, but Xintong already a frame from victory. Mark Allen up against it here, 3-0 down, and none of the frames have been close. He's had some chances, but just can't get anything going yet. We saw Jack Lisowski earlier, didn't we? Throw everything at Karen Wilson. It nearly worked. There's the live pot success, though. It's not happy reading, is it, for the Northern Irishman? Xintong 98%, though, so he's not really been missing much. Of course, he did miss that plant earlier, which could have cost him a frame, but ultimately didn't. And now he's just feeling so good, isn't he?
One.
Crashes in another long red. And if anything, a better yellow, because of course there was no safety aspect to that shot. He was always going to be leaving a red on if he missed it. So he's in with the chance already here.
Four. Nine.
Well, he's on this red into the right corner, but does the black pot into the left corner. That's what he's coming around to have a look at. No, it doesn't. But when you've got cue power like that, it's easy to manoeuvre the cue ball. What a shot. It's just beautiful. It's all about timing this. Have a look at the cue ball, the zip it gets. Incredible shot. And now this time he's on the red, I think left of the black, which means he can
15.
When potting it, bring the black into play. But this has to be judged nicely.
16.
He's on the black, but needs a bit of pace in the cue ball, so it's missable, this. Well, if I was playing, it was missable. That's what I meant.
$24. $31. $32.
Oh, he just stopped in his tracks. Is he on the black? I think just about. Almost went wrong. That may have been Mark Allen's only chance. Had the cue ball finished up touching to that red.
39.
Would have been end of break, but well, it doesn't look like the way this man is playing. Mark Allen will even get a chance here. Something
40.
drastic has to go wrong. The way he's been cueing, you can't see it. This has been a wonderful exhibition of potting. I wouldn't say break building, but
47.
Until this break, of course, you know, but just some wonderful shots and pots that he's come out with.
$48.
Well, there's been the odd best of 7 down the years where a player has lost 4-0 without scoring a point, but rarely a match like this between two top players has it finished so one-sided. Mark Allen, you know, is a form man in this event. Twice champion, he's been runner-up.
55.
It's been 11 years since he lost this match, his first match in this tournament.
56. $61.
Looks like he's left the best break to last.
62.
Really is excellent stuff. This is the important ball, this black. And it's there, and he's on a red as well. No, it's just tremendous, this break.
69. $70.
Well, it's taken him a little bit of time this season to get going, but he got to the semi-finals of that big event in China, the International Championship. He's only just got into the UK
75.
today to play in the Champion of Champions.
76.
But what a start. And he's given himself plenty of time as well to get ready for tonight's match. He's missed that, but what a performance. The towel literally being thrown in by Mark Allen. He scored just 1 point. He congratulates Xintong. So the group final tonight will be a meeting of the last two world champions, Kyren Wilson against Xintong.
Well, just 49 minutes for the reigning world champion to see off the last year's world champion. Karen Wilson, the last year's world champion. We're going to see him in action tonight. Mark Allen, it must feel as though he's been ambushed this afternoon.
Yes, he was not in the match. You know, sometimes you'll get a match as a professional where you just don't feel like you've had a game. And he had 1 or 2 chances, not many. You know, he barely potted 1 ball, and I mean, you know, it's very odd, isn't it, how Shaun Murphy had that problem yesterday. Without getting into what he said, he's come off the plane today and played like that. You never know at this game how you're going to play.
We know how good a player Zhao Xintong is. To come into the World Championship like he did, and to go all the way to the final and to lift that trophy. But we haven't seen that kind of snooker from him this season. We've seen glimpses of it, but that was the real deal, wasn't it, Alan?
Yeah, at his best, he can charm the birds out the trees the way he plays, and he did today, albeit Mark was severely off colour. But it's good to see what he's get a reminder, as if we needed it, what he's capable of. He was brilliant, Mark was poor, and we can take it, you know, through some of the shots, Neil.
Well, I mean, look, with Mark Allen, very strong in the safety department, you know, and there were a few times when that didn't work out. You know, the safety didn't work out, and of course he gave chances away. Here we see a break of 60 and the first frame won pretty comfortably, you know. And I thought here, he played a good shot, Mark Allen. The shot before to put him there, and he had no other shot, but he's drilled in that shot brilliantly, Alan, didn't he? Then he played the snooker, and then Mark made the mistake. So really, you know, there's many ways to win a frame, and that was one, wasn't it?
Yeah, this is, I think, the 3rd time of asking, and he overcompensates, catches it full ball, and obviously Zhao steps in and mops them up from there. And at that stage, Mark just could not get anything going, and then we see that the full repertoire comes out, and Xintong getting about his work again, and just complete domination into frame 3. This was perhaps, Neil, the chance mid-match where Mark could have taken advantage.
I don't think that plant was quite there, you know, easy afterwards. But then the first red he's missed, you know, that was the story of it. The odd chance he got, it went wrong straight away for him, you know, and then even some of his safety shots were not played brilliantly. But this was, I thought he finished the match off brilliantly, Alan. You know, the way that this break he made, some great shots all the way through, weren't there?
Yeah, I mean, the red was outstanding. The yellow that follows it that we see here through the gap with green and brown, across table for a couple of reds. And you just fancied him that he was going to finish it in one hit. And there's another an amazing piece of ball striking. To come off the plane, as he did only a few hours ago, and put in that kind of performance was world champion stuff.
Yeah, I mean, grim reading the match stats for Mark Allen, and he did, when he got the odd chance, he wasn't able to capitalise, but he did spend so much time in his seat, he never really got a chance to get his arm going.
No, and as I say, he was the prepped player for this match, and Zhao Xintong wasn't, but, you know, Zhao is world champion, and we're going to enjoy seeing him, you know. He's been a bit slow to come to the boil, but he's a wonderful player. I expect him to do well this week, you know, and all the stats point to what he achieved.
Yeah, I mean, balls potted, he took on 110, he made 107. His live pot success was 99%. I mean, total points, I mean, you know, virtually a whitewash, and a high break of 78. So, listen, they're meaningless, really, because it was 4-0 and he was well beaten, Mark Allen.
The most outstanding one there is the 17 seconds of shot. Bearing in mind he looks like he's out to buy the newspaper on a Sunday morning when he's just woken up. You know, he just ambles, and then 17's not really looking like he's in a hurry. That's what he can do. He can take the game away from any player very quickly.
Let's hear what he's got to say then. After that fine victory, Zhao's been talking to Rob Walker.
Zhao, many congratulations. A 2-time champion of champions has only taken 1 single point off you in that entire match. And what makes that even more incredible, is it true? Is it really true that you only landed this morning?
Yeah. I just landed this morning in Manchester, and 2 hours to this venue. And I think I arrived Leicester about 11 a.m. Yeah, and because I missed this match. Yeah, I missed the Champions of Champions, so I'm very confident and concentrate for here.
But what if the flight had been late? You were desperate to get in the Champion of Champions again. Couldn't you have flown slightly earlier?
Yeah, so I can't believe that.
Wow. Well, that makes your performance even more impressive. And we saw the great evidence of spectacular shots that won you the world title earlier this year. You must be delighted with how you've played, especially after such a tight journey to get here.
Yeah, to be honest, today I play really well, and I can't believe I can play really well for today. But I do it, so I can do it more better.
And what a match now tonight. The reigning world champion against last year's world champion for a place in the semis. That's huge tonight.
Yeah, I think so. Karen is really tough player, and he's play really well. And I know he's top now, and so I need play really good to beat him. Yeah, let's do what happening for tonight.
Will you have a sleep now before tonight or not?
No, I think go to have some food. Yeah.
Well, considering how late you arrived, it's an absolutely amazing performance. Good luck tonight.
Thank you.
He's such a charmer, and you. Less than whatever it was, 49 minutes to see off Mark Allen. You would think he would go and get his head down for an hour, but he's going to keep battling through. I mean, what a performance coming off a plane, a long-haul flight this morning.
He's probably nearer the front of the plane than the back, I'll say that. You know, it's not... But, you know...
It's still a long way, Neil.
No, I agree with you. Listen, you know, but we know what other players think about all the travelling. But this is an amazing turnaround, isn't it? When you think about it, this time last year, he was not on the tour. He was coming back, playing those Q Tour events. Some of those matches, he started at round one. There was no referees even. You were taking the balls out that your opponent potted. That's how sort of lowly he started off. I mean, that's not even snooker we're used to, you know. So he won all those, won the world, got through to the Crucible, won it all. Amazing turnaround, you know. He's turned his life around, Alan, hasn't he?
He absolutely has. But world champions don't need any sleep. They don't need to sleep in between matches.
Stephen didn't sleep for 10 years.
Well, yeah, Babs.
Makes up for it now, I think.
No, but yeah, it's brilliant to see him playing something like we saw at Sheffield, you know, and hopefully he'll bring that tonight.
Yeah, I mean, if you were him, what would you suggest he does between now and this evening's session?
Keep smiling, keep relaxing. He looks like he just, oh, is this a tournament? I'll go play another match tonight and have some more fun, because that's what he does when he's playing. He has fun, he enjoys it.
The energy of
Keep
youth.
doing it.
What must that be like? Let's hear from his opponent tonight, because earlier we saw Kyron Wilson in action, and after his victory, he spoke to Rob Walker.
Kyron, that was some match. Wow.
Yeah, obviously it's kind of like the group of death, isn't it, I think? So I think you're guaranteed good matches right throughout today. And obviously started off with a great one, obviously 4-3 to me. So very happy to get through it.
Phil Yates just said in commentary, that's one of the best first-round matches we've ever seen at the Champ of Champs. And there have been some good ones. Yeah, exactly. It's a tournament where there's obviously multiple champions. Jack's on an absolute high flyer, so I knew at 3-0 it wasn't over. Kind of annoyed at myself that I didn't close it out to win 4-0, because I had the game by the scruff of the neck, to be honest, and I hadn't let Jack settle. And then he just sort of shown his class, potted some unbelievable balls. I don't think I did much wrong from 3-1. So, yeah, really pleased with the way I managed to take out the deciding frame of the century. That was a brilliant clearance. Yeah, obviously, you don't want to go out. You want to be in this tournament for as long as possible. It's hard to get in this event, so, yeah, to lose in the first round would have been a little bit heartbreaking. So, yeah, looking forward to tonight now. A little bit of food. Will you be watching the next match? No, I'm not much of a watcher, to be honest. I watch in and out when sort of the kids want to watch it and Sophie wants to watch it, but I'm not much of a watcher. Probably just go back to the hotel. I'm building up for Stranger Things, which is coming out on Netflix soon. So I'm rewatching the last season, so probably watch a couple of episodes of that. OK, well, rest well, and we'll see you at 7. Thank you, cheers.
You've got to think Kyron maybe thought, oh, I'll just dip in, dip out. Watched a bit of whatever he was watching, he's turned it back on, it's finished.
And we're speaking now, and he's just thinking, oh, like exactly what you say, you know, all over, 4-0 in no time. And you couldn't have seen that happening, really, you know, not like that.
No. To be fair, that first match against Chet was a hugely entertaining match. It could have gone 4-0 to Kyron as well, couldn't it?
Quite easily. You know, it was a game of two halves. He had all the run the first 3 frames, then Jack came storming back. But the way he held firm in that decider, it tells us all about, as if we need reminding. Kyron was excellent, and I expect more of the same tonight. We're seeing some of the nice shots from earlier, Neil.
He was very confident, wasn't he, from the start? You know, he does exude confidence. One thing he has done, he's changed his style since he became world champion. And straight away after he won it, it's like everything changed. Now he plays with a lot of freedom, you know, a lot of freedom in his game. Doesn't always win, you know, and but he's a fierce competitor who plays. He doesn't sort of spend too much time dwelling over shots. All of the shots came out, even when he was pegged back to 3-all, Alan.
I like the way that he covers the bases with his preparation. Someone like Xintong doesn't probably really have a way of preparing for a match. He's like, oh, there's that my cue, I'll pick it up and I'll go and pot some balls. Kyron's got everything in order. He's really organised with Taylor, his brother, in the background there, and he'll be like that tonight. It's going to be a good contrast, but similar in terms of quickness, the way they play.
It's interesting also, you know, Kyron, you say after he won that world title, you know, he took that responsibility really seriously. And while he wants to win, he also wants to entertain, and that he feels a responsibility to entertain the crowd that come in to watch him play, but also the viewers. And it's not always a good balance, that sometimes. You know, do you want that killer instinct? But actually, he's managing to do both.
He is. I mean, he won in Shanghai, as we know, this season, not ranking, and he hasn't won anything else. But he had a great season last year. I mean, people thought he was going to break the curse last year at the Crucible because he had such a great season. Didn't happen. And he was put on the back foot because of that. But actually, I still think he's playing pretty good stuff, despite no silverware that is ranking.
And a word on Jack as well, we should say, because what resilience it showed to come back from 3-0 down, could have gone 4-0, and that would have been the end of it. But he actually forced that deciding frame and played some lovely snooker, didn't he?
He did. He can be pleased with his afternoon's work. Yes, ultimately it didn't produce the result he wanted, but the way that he came back, Chris Henry will say, hey, listen, more of the same when we get to the next event, which will be the UK Championship.
And what will Chris Henry be saying to Mark Allen?
Of course, yeah, you've got Mark Allen. Well, I think, you know,
Didn't see that one coming, Alan.
Yeah, didn't see. No, I did. Yeah, you threw me a curveball there. No, Mark Allen will, you know, back to the drawing board and just, it was a bad day at the office.
Yeah, well, listen, he just had one of those days when he just did not turn up, really. He had 1 or 2 chances and missed straight away, and it was tough for him, you know, but I just think it's amazing the contrast between preparations, and Xintong had the worst and he played the best. It's a crazy game.
Crazy game. Well, we've got more of the crazy game coming this evening, and we'll be looking ahead to tonight's group final and also reflecting on who is most likely to take on Judd Trump in the semi-final on Friday. We'll hear from Judd too after the break. Live darts to look forward to next week as the world's best players descend on Butlin's Minehead for 3 days of top action. Reigning champion Luke Humphries begins his defence and his search for a third consecutive title. Coverage gets underway next Friday, 12:45 on ITV4. Here in Leicester, well, we're into day 2 of the Champion of Champions, and Kyron Wilson will play Xintong tonight to decide who the winner of Group 3 is and who will progress into Friday night's semi-final against Judd Trump, who made his way through after last night's final against Lei Pei Fan. Let's hear from Judd Trump now. He's been speaking to Rob.
Judd, you've been winning major titles since 2011 and you've achieved so much. Are you starting to think about what other achievements you want to get to in this sport?
I think it's just at my stage, maybe just trying to keep improving. I think that's what all I can really do. I think, yeah, I've kind of won everything I wanted to win. Yeah, if my career, if I didn't win another tournament from here, I'd be happy. But I think now is not about the titles, it's about trying to just keep improving my level. And yeah, the enjoyment comes for me from the standard I play, I think, more than the wins nowadays. So when I'm able to put in a great performance, some of the games last year, I think there was a couple in the UK Championship last year, where I felt like I played really, really well. And I think that's probably what gets me up to go keep practicing.
Does that mean that you're more mature in some ways, that you don't let the defeats eat away at you as much as you might have done 5 or 6 years ago?
Yeah, I think before I would punish myself even if I did nothing wrong. So now I'm just able to take the positives, I think, and able to bounce back a lot quicker. And I think that's why I'm a lot more consistent, because before, if I'd have a bad loss, it would take me a month or 2 to get over it. Now I can kind of come back the next week and win the tournament. So I think that's where I've improved over the last few years.
The numbers are incredibly impressive. It's really easy to get blasé for those of us around the circuit and around you for the last 4 or 5 years, because you've been winning so often. 24 major titles, if you include the invitationals. 24 major titles in the last 6 calendar years. That is quite an incredible achievement. You must be proud of that amazing level of consistency.
Yeah, I'm not someone that kind of gets carried away when it happens, because I know how difficult the game is, and I think there's still been periods in that 6 years where I've gone months or maybe near a year without winning a tournament. So I think it just goes to show how difficult it is. And I think, yes, there's definitely some people that kind of, when I don't win immediately, it's kind of what's wrong. It's a very tough game. So I'm very happy. I'm never going to be someone that doesn't put the work in. So for me, it's very easy to take when I don't get the results, because I know I've tried my best, I give it my all, and yeah, did everything I could possibly do.
Do you think, insofar as you can guess ahead and injuries notwithstanding, do you think you could still be winning titles like Mark Williams at the age of 50? Can you see that far ahead? Because it's a long, lonely road sometimes.
I mean, yeah, there's obviously, it's tough, because I think in sport nowadays you're seeing people do what you didn't think was possible maybe 10 or 15 years ago, and that's kind of in every sport, I think. So people's careers are going on more and more. I think the standard that the guys play, they're good enough to compete for the next 10, 15 years, I think. And obviously the way with the rankings work, if they're able to win a tournament, then they're safe for the next 2 years. So, I mean, John's just got to the final of the last tournament. Mark's already won a tournament this season. I think I'd be disappointed if I couldn't play to a good level at 50, but I think those guys will probably go to 60, I think, quite comfortably. It's just whether they want to keep playing at that age. Depends, see where the money is, and they'll decide from there, I think.
A couple of numbers just to throw out there just for fun. 50 ranking titles, 2,000 centuries. I mean, you could retire with incredible statistics. Incredible. Is that a motivation?
Not really, no, because it still won't be good enough to some people. So I think
you can never please everyone.
Yeah. So to be honest, the last few years is I've been focusing more on being happy as well and getting the balance right. I think I look at a lot of people in the snooker world, and it's very hard to get the right balance. I think you can win and you can really get down on yourself. I've been someone throughout my whole career that's managed to keep a steady line, not get too high, not get too low. And yeah, I don't want to kind of ruin it by taking everything too serious. So I think you've got Ronnie, and then you've got Mark Williams. I think John's in a bit of a different category, whereas those two are a bit more laid back. I'm trying to take their kind of game plan where they're starting to miss a few tournaments, and when they do go, they kind of enjoy it a bit more, I think, rather than going through the motions sometimes. And I think also that's something that John's learned. I think John started to miss a few more. I think even at my age, I kind of struggle to go to every event like I used to, and get that motivation. So I don't want it to get kind of I don't want to get to the point where it's kind of you just going through the motion when you get there. I want to keep that excitement and be happy around the table.
Judd Trump in reflective mode there with Rob Walker. You know, where does he sit in the great pantheon of snooker players? He hasn't won 7 world titles, but he's won everything else, and he's been one of the most consistent performers we've seen over the last 10, 15 years. And he's a joy to watch when he's flying around the table. Where does he sit?
He's not at the very top, but he's in the top 4 or 5, I think. Yes, he could be doing with another couple for that CV on paper. But what I like about Trump is, and not everyone's like this, he loves the game and he loves the sport. And the other thing that will always carry him along in his career is his attitude. He's not the player he was 5 or 6, 7 years ago. I think that's fair. He's not the best player in the world at the moment, but his love for it will keep him winning because his attitude is unquestionable.
Do people fear him the way that they used to fear playing against Judd Trump? A little bit like when they used to come out against Ronnie O'Sullivan. You felt if they were on it, they were unplayable.
I think they do, yeah. I mean, look, it's not as if he's had this long drought. I mean, last year he started off by winning Shanghai, then he won the big Saudi event, $500,000, then he won the UK, so he was absolutely on top of the world then. But look, he has only won one world title. What I like about Judd is that he's got a great setup with his brother who keeps, he's behind the scenes, Jack is behind the scenes, he doesn't look for the glory. They're a good team together. He doesn't go around making a fuss and making lots of stories and, coming out with stuff. I'm not saying anyone else does in particular, but, it's quite difficult not to say things occasionally that are a bit controversial. Don't get involved in any of that. When he loses, as you saw in Belfast, fantastic in defeat to his mate. He's a real example, I think, of how people should go about their business.
Yeah, he works hard, ever so hard, and it's interesting to hear him say, when he was talking to us last night, with Jack not being with him the last couple of months, he's maybe just missed him that little bit, that sort of guiding, steadying hand. But we will see him in action in the semi-final here. He's in cracking form, and we always like to see Judd play here at the Champion of Champions. Somebody else we're going to see in action tomorrow when that next group gets underway is Mark Williams, the great Mark Williams. Let's hear what he's got to say now that he's arrived in Leicester. He's also been talking to Rob.
Mark.
Rob.
World final at the age of 49. Oldest ranking event winner at the age of 50. This has been some year, hasn't it?
Yeah, mad. Yeah, crazy. I don't know how I'm still winning tournaments. I keep saying it, but I don't know how I wasn't great in the last China event, but in the final I played really good. And, beat an informed player, really. Convincingly, which is more surprising. But, what can I say? I've got the final of the world, and like I said, this season, if I can nick a tournament, I'd be more than happy, and I've managed to nick one. And it's still early on in the season, so, I'm not getting carried away, but if I don't do anything for the rest of the season, I've nicked one. That's all I wanted to do. If I can nick one, brilliant, and I've done it, so free rolling, I suppose. I've been free rolling for probably 10 years, really, haven't I? I shouldn't be around still playing at the sort of the level I am currently playing at, but I am, so what can I do? Just enjoy the ride.
wasn't that long ago, he was saying, oh, this could be my last tournament. You know, he was sort of hinting that perhaps he was going to step away. Fortunate for all of us, he's kept going. Judd reckons he could be going at 60. What do you say?
Well, what he does, he's a master of playing everything down, you know. His eyes had gone completely last year, so now I can't see a thing. And, of course, then he got the final of the World Championships. So, I mean, but his eyes, I don't think they miraculously improved from that point, because that doesn't really happen, does it, in biology? So, you know, he's good at underplaying things. He's got a great life, great family, and, you know, I think he is dangerous because if he loses, he does go and play golf, and he probably doesn't need the money that much. Well, what's not to like?
He has a brilliant attitude we know about, but he has a terrific combination as far as when he's playing, he looks like he doesn't give a hoot, but he really does. And that's a good place to be, added to the fact that his ability up here and with his technique is as good as any.
It's going to be great to see. He's up against Alfie Burden tomorrow, and in that same group we've got Mark Selby against Stephen Maguire. Like, it's a really fascinating group, and it's very difficult to pick, isn't it? How will Alfie get on against Mark Williams?
I hope he does well. I really do. You know, he was sweating on getting into this event. He's funny enough, they're both world seniors champions because Mark won it when he was 39. He's won the world title since then. Yeah, look, I mean, he's got to. I hope he does well, and who knows, he might just be able to win.
That's tomorrow. We've still got a great night of snooker to look forward to here on ITV4. It's the second day of the Champion of Champions, and look what we've got. We've got last year's world champion, Kyron Wilson, up against the reigning world champion, Xintong, who looked imperious in that win over Mark Allen, who only scored 1 point in the whole match. We are back for that group final tonight at 6:45 here on ITV4. The winner of that one will go into Friday's semi-final against Judd Trump. We are loving the Champion of Champions. We know you love it too. We will be back here very soon to bring you tonight's final. We'll see you then. Bye-bye.